melancong sini miri lah mana dah sampai satu tipe dah tipe study lah rasa macam rugi je bagi topik tu dah ada kita dah ada proposal dah.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may now be seated.
To bless today's event, let us invite Mr. Muhammad Adil Fajar bin Suleiman to lead the prayer.
Kita akan baca doa kepada Al-Fatihah. Amin. Amin. Alhamdulillah. Timia wadud sesungguhnya berhimpun kami pada hari ini bagi menyatakan kesyukuran di atas kurniamu yang tidak ternilai. Jadikanlah kami hamba-hambamu yang terkuat sama ada nikmatnya lebih kepada kami. Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, Ya Rahim, Engkau berkatilah dan rahmatilah perjalanan majlis ICEBCS 2026 kami pada hari ini. Sesungguhnya Engkau maha mengetahui bahawa kami di sini untuk menimba ilmu yang sangat luas. Bagi mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan kami sebagai hamba-hambamu yang Engkau redai. Justeru berkatikanlah dan rahmatilah perhimpunan kami ini. Kurniakanlah kepada kami ilmu-Mu. Sinarilah hati-hati kami dengan cahaya dan hidayah-Mu. Semoga dengannya kami mudah menerima dan menghayati serta mengamalkannya. Ya Zal Jalali wal Ikram, kurniakanlah juga kepada kami kesehatan anggota badan, ketegasan minda, ketenangan jiwa, kekuatan semangat. Semoga dengannya kami mampu menghadapi cabaran, berdaya saing, mampu mengangkat martabat diri, keluarga, masyarakat dan negara. Rabbana la tuzigh qulubana ba'da idh hadaytana wa hab lana min ladunka rahmah innaka antal wahhab. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Amin.
Of Business, Economics and Accountancy, University Malaysia Sabah.
Respected industry partners, organizers, and our beloved
Before we start, would like to invite Yang Berusaha, Dr. Saizal Pinjaman, Director and Chairperson of ICEBCS 2026, Faculty of Business, Economics and Accountancy, University Malaysia Sabah, to deliver his welcoming speech.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hafiz and Ms. Zioni. Yang berbahagia Profesor Engineer Dr. Rosalam Sarbatli, Vice Chancellor Research and Innovation, University Malaysia Sabah. Representing Yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Kasim Haji Mansor, Vice Chancellor of UMS. Yang berbahagia Datuk Muhammad Hasnul Datuk Ayub, President Sabah Bumi Putra Chamber of Commerce. Yang berbahagia Associate Professor Dr. Rosita alias Uji Muhammad, Rector UITM Sabah Branch. Yang berbahagia Tuan Zawawi Yunin, Chief Librarian UMS. Yang berbahagia Dr. Syairul Izwanta Asim, Deputy Dean Research Funding and Postgraduate Studies UPM Sarawak. Yang berbahagia Dr. Romi Rampun, Chief Librarian UITM Sabah Branch. Yang berbahagia Associate Professor Dr. Sudin Lada, Co-Chairperson and Chief of Reviewers for ICEBS 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and salam sejahtera. It is my great honor representing our Faculty Dean, yang berbahagia Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Rahimi Abdul Karim, to welcome you all here in the auditorium and online to the first International Conference on Economics and Business Case Studies, or ICEBS 2026. I am truly pleased to see the successful organization of this inaugural conference under the Faculty of Business, Economics and Accountancy, University Malaysia Sabah. ICEBS 2026 was established with a clear purpose. We wanted to create a platform where academics, researchers, students, practitioners, policymakers, and industry representatives could come together to discuss current economic and business challenges through research and case-based analysis. The conference theme, Navigating Trade Turbulence, Sustaining Economic and Business Resilience in an Era of Global Uncertainty, reflects the need for deeper understanding of how economies and organization responds to uncertainty, disruption, and transformation. The world today requires more than general observation. It requires careful analysis, grounded evidence, and practical lessons. Through research papers, case studies, presentations, and scholarly dialogue, this conference provides a space for participants to share ideas that are not only academically valuable, but also relevant to policy, business practice, and social development. As an inaugural conference, ICEBS 2026 also carries a special meaning. It marks the beginning of a platform that we hope will continue to grow in the coming years. Our aim is to encourage stronger engagement between research and practice, to support the development of high-quality case studies, and to promote policy-relevant discussion that contribute to economic and business resilience. I would like to record my sincere appreciation to the Deputy Vice Chancellor of UMS, representing the Vice Chancellor of UMS, the Dean of the Faculty of Business, Economics and Accountancy, our keynote speakers, presenters, reviewers, moderators, secretariat members, and all participants, including the physical and our online participants. Last time I checked, our online participants are now reaching by hundreds, and we expect that the viewers, the number of viewers across our multiple platforms will reach thousands within our first week. So I also extend my heartfelt gratitude to our co-organizers, namely Emerald Publishing, UITM Sabah Branch, UMS Library, and UPM Sarawak for their valuable support and collaboration in making this conference possible. And not to forget, our official partners, the Sabah Bumiputra Chamber of Commerce, SBCC, TV Tetarik, Scriptoria Editing, FINEC, and the PMPAC, our student representatives. May ICEBS 2026 serve as a meaningful beginning for future collaboration, publication, and intellectual exchange. And I hope that this conference will inspire new ideas, strengthen professional networks, and contribute to knowledge that can help societies and organizations navigate uncertainty with confidence and resilience. That's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Yang Berusaha Dr. Saizal for this speech.
It is now my pleasure to invite Yang Berbahagia, Professor Insinyur Dr. Rosalam Haji Sabatli, Deputy Vice Chancellor Research and Innovation, University Malaysia Sabah, to give his speech and officially open the conference. Please welcome.
Terima kasih saudara dan saudari pengurusi majlis. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam Malaysia Madani, salam Sabah Maju Jaya dan salam UMS Bertikat Cemerlang, UMS The Brain of Borneo. Rabbi Sahli Sadli, Warisirli Amni, Wahlul Udatan Milisani, Yabqaulu Qawli. Pertama sekali saya mengucapkan banyak-banyak Datuk Naib Chancellor kita tidak dapat hadir pada hari ini, so it is therefore that is my task actually given to me to give a speech on behalf of Yang Berbahagia Datuk Naib Chancellor Profesor Dr. Kasim Haji Mansur. Yang Berbahagia Datuk Haji Hasnul Datuk Haji Muhammad Hasnul Datuk Ayub, the Chairman Sabah Bumiputra Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for attending here in Wagirato. He is also the panel, so I think I will give a lot of things today to share with all the faculty members and also all the audience internationally and nationally. And also to Yang Berbahagia is Professor Dr. Rosita at Uji Muhammad, Rectors, University UITM, Sabah branch. Thank you. She is also coming here as a panel member of discussion, if I'm right. So thank you as well. I think there are two prominent figures as well here. You can listen. And Yang Berusaha Dr. Saizal Pinjaman. Am I correct? Sorry, kadang-kadang sebutan tu sometimes probably I made that wrong. So the conference chairperson, director of Center for Economic Development and Policies, Yang Berusaha Dr. Romzi bin Rampung atau call it Ramlan, also from UITM Sabah branch. We have here also our senior professors and also Prof. Rasid. Thank you for coming as well. Maybe very give info as well. And of course, Yang Berusaha Dr. Cyril Izwan Tasim from UPM Sarawak, and Mr. Alvin Chia, Emerald Publishing, which also the presenter and participants. Ladies and gentlemen, my task probably today is not that difficult. All I need to do is just to read the text that has been provided to me. So I'll start this text, reading this text because that's my task for today. So it is give me a pleasure to extend my warmest greetings to all distinguished speakers presenters, participants, collaborators, and members of organizing committees of the first International Conference of Economics and Business Case Studies, or in the short form ICEBCS 2026. The themes of this conference: navigating trade turbulence, sustaining economic and business resilience in an era of global uncertainties in both timely and meaningful. We know that's war between Iran and US, that's making it even more uncertain today. So it's oil price, we have discussed with Atwasno and others as well, talking about this war could cause turbulence to our economic as well. So the global economy continued to face rapid change driven by shifting trade patterns, geopolitical tensions, technological transformation, climate-related challenges, and evolving expectation from society and industry. So in this environment, universities have an important responsibility to provide knowledge, evidence, and thoughtful ideas that can help nations, industries, and communities respond with clarity and resilience. University Malaysia Sabah is committed to strengthening its role as a university that contributes directly to society. Guided by our aspiration to be recognized as a brain of Borneo, UMS continues to advance research, innovations, teachings, and community engagement that are relevant to Sabah, Malaysia, the Borneo region, and the wider international community. I used to discuss in Sabah, actually the most potential is actually Sabah itself, the Borneo, because we have the jungle, forest, and we have also the mountain, and we also have the sea. So these are three things, a combination which make us so unique, and there are a lot of things which is under the United Nations control. And these are actually, if you look at in terms of potentials, it's a greater potential, and UMS the only full-fledged university which become, we call it enabler, that allow actually the international students to come. And certainly they will come here, probably not just because of UMS, but because of the location that we have, that's supposed to be capitalized. So it is therefore, it must be translated into meaningful solution, informed policies, sustainable development, and human capital that can shape a better future. In this regard, ICEBCS 2026 represents an important platform for intellectual exchange by bringing together researchers, academics, policymakers, industry practitioners, students, and case study writers. This conference encourages dialogue across disciplines and sectors. It is also reflects UMS commitment to apply scholarship where economic and business knowledge is used to understand real challenges and propose practical ways forward. I would like to congratulate the Faculty of Business, Economics and Accountancies that the Center for Economic Development and Policy for organizing this inaugural conference. I also extend my appreciation to all contributors, reviewers, secretariat members, partners, and participants whose commitment has made this event possible. May ICEBCS 2026 inspire new research collaborations, strengthening policies, and industry engagement, and contribute meaningfully to economic and business resilience in an increasingly uncertain world. So we know there are a lot of uncertain things. We also have talked about this economy with one of the SMG CEO, which is Dr. Rasmadi last time. They're talking about another interesting, actually we have discussed is another interesting new economic is which is Sabah is championing is blue economy. But blue economy itself, without any accounting or auditing, is one thing that need to be pursued further. Because at the moment, what we are doing, actually, we are more on auditing what we have on land. But unfortunately, we are still not doing auditing in the sea. What actually we have Actually, that is more that we have actually for the future development, and hopefully that can be done also in Sabah. In Australia, one of the best actually accounting audit for ocean. So that's why we are looking at this one for Sabah. I think this is probably one of the way where we can look at our capitals. So with that, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yang Berbahagia Professor, for the remarkable speech just now.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our first keynote speaker. Our first keynote speaker is Yang Berbahagia Dato Haji Muhammad Hasnul Dato Ayu, Chairman Sabah Bumiputra Chamber of Commerce. Yang Berbahagia Dato Haji Muhammad Hasnul Dato Ayu is the President of the Sabah Bumiputra Chamber of Commerce and a respected leader in business, policy, and institutional governance. With extensive experience across entrepreneurship, research, corporate boards, and economic development, he has played an important role in advancing Sabah business community and strengthening the competitiveness of local enterprises. With that, let us welcome Yang Berbahagia Dato Haji Muhammad Hasnul Dato Ayu to deliver his keynote speech.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang berbahagia, pertama sekali saya ucapkan terima kasih kepada pengacara majlis. Yang berbahagia Profesor Wassalam yang mewakili Vice Chancellor untuk acara kita pada pagi ini. Yang berbahagia Associate Professor Dr. Rosita ASUG Muhammad, Rektor UITM 1 Branch. Yang berusaha Dr. Saizal Pinjaman, Conference Chairperson, Director of Center Economic Development and Policy, distinguished keynote speakers, panelists, academicians, researchers, industry leaders, students, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, salam sejahtera dan selamat pagi saya ucapkan kepada semua. Pertama sekali, marilah kita memanjatkan kesyukuran kepada Allah SWT karena dengan izin yang juga kita dapat bersama-sama pada hari ini dalam satu acara yang saya rasa acara yang begitu baik sekali. Please allow me to continue my speech in English. First of all, my sincere appreciation to University of Malaysia Sabah for inviting me to share a few thoughts at this point of time in very important context. Theme is very apt. I think this is the theme that we should be talking right about now. And this is also the theme that we need to constantly be in touch and also in constant dialogue, as this is also a pathway for us to look at the future of the state in terms of how it fits in into the nation building process. Now, the theme is navigating trade turbulence, sustaining economic and business resilience in the era of global uncertainty. This is not only timely, as I said just now, it is also a very urgent matter. It speaks directly to the world we are living in today. A world shaped by trade disruption, not to mention geopolitical uncertainty, rising costs, technological change, climate pressure, and shifting market behavior. But this morning, I don't think I'm going to take too much of your time talking about the global uncertainty. I think most of you have read what is out there in the social media and mainstream media about the turbulence. So I wish to speak about more into grassroots issues. For Sabah, global uncertainty is not something that is abstract. It arrives through cost of goods, shipping delays, export prices, labor constraints, financing pressure, supply chain disruption, and the ability of our local businesses to survive. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know, Sabah is not isolated from the world. In 2024, Sabah recorded total trade of about 43 billion ringgit Malaysia, with exports of about 32.1 billion and imports of about 10.9 billion. China alone was Sabah's largest trading partner, accounting for 25.3% of the 10.9 billion of Sabah's total trade. This tells us one very important thing. Sabah is already connected to the global economy. But the deeper question is, are we only connected as exporters of resources, or are we connected as creators of value? That is the real issue. Sabah has the resources, as mentioned just now by Professor Rosalam. Sabah has land, sea, agriculture, tourism, oil and gas, biodiversity, culture, and people. But resilience is not built by having resources alone. Now, this is always a cliche. We're very rich, we have all the potential, we have all the resources. But I think translating these resources or monetizing these resources into something meaningful for the state and the people in the state is the crucial issue. But resilience is built when our people can turn resources into industries. Industries into enterprises, and enterprises into long-term ownership. In 2024, Sabah's economy was valued at around 84.3 billion ringgit Malaysia. More than half of Sabah's KDNK came from services sector, while mining and quarrying, agriculture, manufacturing and construction form the rest of our economic base. This structure tells us that Sabah is not a weak economy, but it also tells us that Sabah must now move to the next stage, from production to value creation, from participation to ownership, from survival to competitiveness. And this is where Bumiputra question becomes central. Now I want to touch on the Bumiputra issue, I think, because this is central to the topic that we're talking about, the theme. Also because we cannot leave it as a side issue. Why? Because the Bumiputra issue is the key to providing resilience to the whole economy. It is not merely Bumiputra, it's not merely a welfare issue. It is a resilience issue. Sabah's population in 2024 was about 3.74 million. Among Sabah citizens, Bumiputra made up the overwhelming majority. Therefore, when we speak about strengthening Bumiputra capability, we are not speaking about a small group. We are talking about economic foundation of the state itself. Of course, we're going to touch this maybe during the panel session. We can elaborate on a lot of issues in the state, but I think the dialogue during the panel session is going to be critical and also crucial to the whole program today. The Bumiputra economy, as you know it, is still very weak. Sabah cannot be fully resilient. If Bumiputra enterprises remain small, Sabah's enterprises based on will remain fragile, and also Bumiputra cannot be present mainly as only workers, consumers, or even small producers. They must be asset owners. They must have companies, technologically different, and also in the ecosystem of the state economy. Otherwise, the growth of Sabah will remain incomplete. Now, if you ask me, if we look at the tabulation of Bumiputra population in the state, we were saying just now that it's about 70 to 80% of the whole state. So this is very crucial. And if we look at where they are situated, then we don't have to look very further. Most of them are actually in the rural areas. Now, if they are in the rural areas, it is incumbent on us to actually look at the development, or look at the facilities, or look at what is being provided to those rural areas. Because in order to build a capacity, we must build the enablers first. The enablers are utilities, the infrastructure, the internet, and whatever. I think this is the key process. This is the critical process that we must take into account and we must address properly. In the long term, to build the resilience is actually, we start off by creating the enablers. Without the enablers, there is no such thing as jumping into, putting them into the melting pot, let them swim on there. There's no such thing. But I think it will be aptly discussed later on during the panel session. So I don't want to take too much of your time. With my keynote address, there's still a lot more that I have to go through according to this speech here. I think I'm going to end here. I think we leave it to the more interactive discussion later on during the panel session. I think that will be a platform for us to have a meaningful dialogue that is going to have a meaningful outcome for the state, the people as a whole. Dengan itu saya akhiri ucapan saya dengan wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Thank you.
Thank you to Yang Berbahagia Datuk for sharing your insight with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to our next session, allow me to introduce our second keynote speaker. Our second keynote speaker is Yang Berbahagia Associate Professor Dr. Rosita Elias Uji Muhammad, is Director of University Teknologi Mara, Sabah Branch, and a distinguished academic entrepreneur, author, and professional trainer with more than 30 years of experience. Her expertise spans Islamic finance, entrepreneurship, SME development, entrepreneurial leadership, and community-based economic development. Through her academic leadership, industry engagement, and social initiative, she has contributed significantly to higher education, business development, and the empowerment of youth, women, and rural communities in Sabah and beyond. With that, let us invite Yang Berbahagia Associate Professor Dr. Rosita Elias Uji Muhammad to deliver her keynote speech.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wa mursalin. Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Salam Malaysia Madani. Salam Sabah Maju Jaya. Saya juga alumni UMS ya, di UMS Kau. Jadi saya kira sirih pulang ke kandang, alhamdulillah ya untuk itu. Well, definitely to yang berbahagia Datuk Haji Muhammad Hasnul, Datuk Ayub, our first keynote, and also to the VVIPs, the organizers, and also to all the participants, online and offline. Well, I do have my slide actually to share. So for today's session is more on sharing, and I will bring the case study of UITM Sabah. So my tenure as a rector almost 3 years. So I've done something in order for us to, I would say, to know what I'm doing. So actually, I chose a topic, enterprising campus, hashtag enterprising campus, a proposed business model towards sustainability. Next. So the contents, definitely I will talk about the background of study, the case study. And then enterprising campus, a way forward, closing the gaps, definitely issues and challenges, a proposed business model. I'm sure everyone knows about business model, campus, etc. So I just propose for this university a case study of UITM Sabah branch, and also the Islamic Mudarabah Waqalah framework from classroom to the real case of our P40 community. This one is a project-based social enterprise partnership, and also the critical success factors. Although we do have key success factor, but I would say I was more on critical success factors of sustainability. Alright, so this is our chapter 1, introduction to UITM. Tak kenal maka tak cinta. Actually, we started with Dewan Latihan Reda in 1956, and then in 1999 we were upgraded to university for UITM Sabah. Definitely we started in March 1973, so we are more than 53 years old, and definitely we are a bit different. Why? Because although we do have our very own HQ, inshallah, but we are actually practicing one university, multiple system, and a rector is a mini VC. So as a mini VC, we have to align our way forward with our state government punya hal tuju. So that's why when it comes to that, we have about 7 faculties that we have our students, almost 6,000. We started with 150 students in 1973, now almost 6,000. We do also have up until international student, from pra or pre-diploma up until PhD. And when it comes to that, definitely our vision is actually University Unggul Pemacu Bumi Putra Professional. Yes, we are 100% Bumi Putra. Okay, we are indigenous group. And then we have what we call next. Okay, I'm trying actually to connect the dots between the SDG, because we are talking about this. We aim to achieve in 2030 the global goals, and then we have our very own goals, which is globally renowned. This one was in 2025, so the way forward will be launched here, just around the corner. And then we have to look at our SMJ 2.0. So that's why how we are going to move together with all this, I would say the amanah that we have to. Okay, next, although we have those macro perspective of what we are going to do, but we do have also what we call as individual values. So in individual values, then we have IDOT, then we have ilmu or knowledge, we have discipline, and we have A, amanah, We are al-amin. Okay, we have to save whatever that we should. And then we have rajin and T tanggungjawab. For the organizational value, we do have ESI. We start with the excellence, synergy, and integrity. Model Budi or Budi model is actually more on this what we call as a moral or etiquette that need to be put in. So instead of IDAP, we have another A, which is just introduced in 2026, yeah, this year, which is ADAP. Okay, belajar tinggi-tinggi tak beradab sama juga. So that's why we think that A should be in front. All right, next. So we have two campuses, one in UITM Sabah campus, Kota Kinabalu. We started in March 1973, and we do have also next our Tawau campus. Okay, this one more on a pre-diploma, we have commerce and also science. Okay, chapter 2, we are going to do what is actually hashtag enterprising campus. Well, actually being enterprising is not just a business per se. It is more than that. Because literally, in the form of definition, it means active behavior, which can take place any number of contexts. So it is about creating opportunity. This is about, we have to be I would say, provider in the form of jobs, in the form of, we think like an entrepreneur. So next, enterprising campus. Why hashtag enterprising campus? We started using this hashtag since 2024. I was appointed July 2023. So we put this, hashtag in the form of documentation in 2024, and we got the copyright 2025. So I guess we need something in order to guide us to do what in the future. So when it comes to that, I must say, all those our warga, the students leaders, the academicians, they need to be an entrepreneurial leader. So we need to say they are resourceful, energetic, and willing to take on new projects or opportunities. Harus coba diri, bukan masuk keluar kelas saja. So that's the things that I must say that you have to be an entrepreneurial leader, because you wanted money, right? So you have to generate one. And then when it comes to that, combining this hashtag and also the enterprising entrepreneur leader, we got enterprising institution, one, to promote entrepreneurial thinking and business creation, and then encourages students to be creative and innovative, and then supports leadership, teamwork, and independent learning, and then provides opportunities. And we do have also our very own startup, Tukut's Legacy Surembahat, and then we do have our very own My Muslim Pioneer for our Asnaf group, because in UITM, although we have about 6,000, 80% out of them, they are coming from this underprivileged, they are under poverty groups. So 30% of them, hardcore poverty. So these are the things that we are not really looking at zakat only. So that's why I say you have to create your very own money, then you can gain that, what we call as saradiri, every day, how to survive. And then next, so when it comes to that, I must say that we are very proud here, because for 2024, after we launched that hashtag, we got a 6-star. And then recently, we also get 6-star. And then, of course, in the form of graduate employability, for the very first time, we exceed 90%. And the same goes to graduate marketability, 92.3%, and top 3 campus that is actually produce more graduates in the form of entrepreneurship is Sabah, 6.2%. Alhamdulillah for that. Okay, next we have chapter 3, closing the gaps. This motivates me how we create this, model. So definitely, I would say this one is cut across all of the universities is about budget cuts, and then comprehensive university. We are not full-fledged like UMS, because we have so many campuses here around the states. So that's why we have about 34 campuses, and we have to complement each other, not competing but complementing with our unique selling point and then translating the, comprehensive, that's why we call about this unique selling point. And then translating the macro strategic plan from the top down to bottom, and how to make it micro actions. And sustainable governance, inclusive and continuous, strengthening UITM branding globally, but locally rooted. Although we go global, but we must understand that we are Bhumiputra. And changing mindset in the form of, conditions of infra and infrastructure of branch level, and then changing mindset at branch level. All right, next. So these are the 13 rectors initiatives within this 2024, 2025, and 2026. We try to achieve all this, but again, it depends on how far we can actually explore in the form of opportunities to get all this. So that's why in the form of entrepreneurial leaders, definitely we are going to create ecosystem, entrepreneurship ecosystem. First, we do have myself, yes, we are doing this, my social enterprise town, startup and also scale up project. And then we have my ETR park, my Edu-Tourism Recreational Park. We have about 625 acres of land. So I think we have to, gazette one to become this my ETR park. And then we have my Pasar for lifelong learning. And then we have Islamic Center or Pusat Pengembangan dan Pelestarian Islam Bodoh. This one is the philanthropic. One of the philanthropics is actually the wakaf. And then we have talent excellence. We do actually recognize talents of our students and also our staff. And then internationalization, governance agility, and then entrepreneurship ecosystem, boutique campus and living lab. I will discuss on this after this. And then we have green and eco-friendly campus, smart campus. This one we are aiming for this. And also caring campus, campus Prihatin. We are the first actually branch or university introduced the Dapur HEP since 2022. All right. So now it is known as Dapur Siswa Madani. So I guess we have done this tremendously in the form of bekalan beras dengan campaign satu staff satu kampik beras. That one is I would say continuously done. And then sustainable campus, generating fund and optimizing spaces. So that's why we come up with all this JV, all the partnership model in order to fully utilize our land. And then chapter 4, a proposed business model, a case study of UITM Sabah. So we have this what we call as quintuple helix, 5 R's next. So this is the model actually I introduced since 2024 after being appointed as a rector in 2023. So I introduced this what we call as quintuple helix, 5 R's. We do have triple helix. We do have quadruple helix. Now we are talking about quintuple helix, where we are trying to integrate 5 parties like government, industry, the university itself, also the environment, because we have to answer to ESG, and then we have the community. So what is 5 R's? So definitely the first R is relation. We have to integrate. We have to build up our rapport. And then the second one is reduction. Definitely, we have to cut off whatever that is unnecessary. And then we have reform to become more innovative, and then try to find our very own unique selling point, what we are best at. And then return more on how to generate fund, and then produce more on this our very own brand under commercialization and resilient. How we are going to integrate all the values, and also there is what I call as work esprit de corps in a team. All right, so when it comes to that, definitely we have this 3 E's approach: engage, execute, and also evolve. All right, next we have to execute all this, we need a strategic leader. When it comes to academic leader, yes, you have to fulfill all the duties, but you have to become an entrepreneurial leader. As this leader of a university, you have to think far, a bit far. Yeah? And that's why, as a strategic leader, first and foremost, the basic thing, we have strategic intention. And then go up one level, we have this strategic action. And at the top there, we have strategic achievement. So all the way, we must have what we call as strategic motivation, because we are dealing with human and also strategic alignment. So we have to. And then next, when it comes to this Kuchuma helix, so everything put on paper together with this Jatan Kuasa Executive Negeri. So we agreed with this. So that's why when it comes to this, yeah, on top of them of this model, we have the implication, the value creation of our students and also our lecturers and also our supporting staff. And then we have unique selling point. So we have to identify what we are good at so that we can sell it out. And then reputation and personal branding, center of excellence. Alhamdulillah, we have one RIG moving towards this COE and also the new startup. So consideration, definitely we can run away from the SDG, the ESG, and also the educational ST, sustainable development. And SMJ 2.0, Madani, the pillars of Madani, and also this Rancangan Pendidikan Tinggi Malaysia, and also our mandate from our VC, how we translate that into our very own mode, and also the strategic plan of UITM. So the themes that we chose during that time, enterprise on campus, cultural, natural, and societal resources, because we need to pinpoint what is actually our unique selling point. Alhamdulillah for that. Alright, so next we have chapter 5. Just a case study, one case study, I bring it in this presentation. We call it as Islamic Mudarabah Wakalah Framework, a project-based social enterprise partnership. This one we touch on because SMJ looking at this blue economy, so we touch on the blue economy. So next, so this is our very own project, okay? I'm the founder of this project, so we have acting CEO at the moment because I'm a rector. So we have this fresh water lobster production, green aquaponic parent system or FFPCAPS worth 3.5 million. We pitched budget from Teraju, so we got it. And then we try to integrate this blue economy in social enterprises. So the marriage of science, innovation and entrepreneurship creates a new business model that transforms society. So we need to see the agile society. So that's why we combine the economic pillars under SDG. One is the no poverty, second one is zero hunger, and then the third one, good health and well-being, and then 8, decent work and economic growth, and also number 9, industry, innovation and infrastructure, and the last, the backbone of all this SDG is the partnership for the goals. So that's the things that we are implementing up until today. Okay, we try to open up new, I would say, social enterprise community. So at the moment we have almost 200 participants in our program, Alhamdulillah. Then we have next, as our first keynote speaker talked about enablers, also our representative from our DC talking about these enablers. I would say that we have to become an enabler in order for us to enable whatever that we are aiming for. So when it comes to that, I would say the social enterprise is becoming our root cause of what we are doing, because we are 100% Bumi-Putra. Then we have this what we call as FGAPs with the green concept. Green concept is not only environmental friendly, but also in the form of sustainable, Islamic base, and then environmental, societal, cultural friendly, inclusive and win-win situations. So when it comes to that, Alhamdulillah, Tukut's legacy is there up until now in order to become the SPV for UITM Sabah. Alright, next we have what we call as a business model for this our FGAPs under the blue economy. We bring all those whatever that we already discussed at the very first stage. We have this principle, Kuchuma Helix. We integrated with all the parties that potential in order to help us to groom big. And then we have the enterprising campus, and then we have strategies up until the concept of Islamic. Because from the classroom, if you are the experts of that particular field, you have to prove it. Either whether that concept can be applied or not. If not, you need to say you are not practical enough. Alright, and then we have what we call as next, what is the meaning of Mudarabah Wakalah, hybrid Islamic partnership. When it comes to Mudarabah, means only one party contribute capital in the form of cash. Definitely the Teraju. Alright, and then our participant is just participant, they contribute in kind. And when it comes to wakil or muwakil, we, university, as a wakil actually, the custodian, and we are the al-amin, as I said at the very first of presentation. So when it comes to that, definitely we are allocating what we call as profit sharing. Okay, profit sharing. If you look at the top there, I mean the previous one, if you look at, we have this profit sharing, 70 to the participant, 20 to our tabung, and then 10 to our landlord. Landlord never charge any lease and rental. So we give them based on the actual profit that we get from this project. Okay, next we have what we call, this is from this project, Alhamdulillah, we are able to create 6 living lab outside the campus. And then we produce, downstream and also upstream products, alhamdulillah. And then we groom more participants under B40. Most of them can't even, I would say, they roof. All right. So how you are going to groom them as a facilitator, as a speaker, and also as entrepreneurs. How is it? So it takes time, but slowly, surely, then we will say that if you do this living lab hands-on on the site, so they can actually deliver well. All right, and then we have when it comes to partnership of the goals, I would say that next we already engaged with starting 2024 actually. With this model, Enterprising Campus, and also Kunchaka Helix. We already engaged with 6 countries that is actually under the blue economy. We have China, Japan, Indonesia, New Zealand, Philippines, and also Brunei coming up. We are going to explore more in our Asian countries. So alhamdulillah for that. And then last but not least, I just want to wrap up on what we are doing and how this can actually contribute to the rest. We have critical success factors. Definitely next leadership-driven strategic integration. And then the functional, broad ranging condition necessary for an organization's survival. And then next, we have about 8 critical success factors that we found under this model. First, we need strategic leader. And then this strategic leader, not only educational leader, but this leader should be an entrepreneurial leader. And then a winning business proposal. In the classroom, we talk about business model canvas. We have 9 blocks altogether, but how you are going to make this as a reality in your very own project. So that's why we need something that is a winning proposal. And then we're focusing on our SO, strength, and also our opportunities. And we work on our WT, the weaknesses, and also the threats. And we need the strategic partners because we're talking about ESI. S is the synergy. So we connect with others under Principal Helix 5R. The green-based project, green is not only about those wages, etc., but we are talking about sustainable project, Islamic-based project, natural, cultural, societal-friendly project, inclusive and win-win project. And then reputation, definitely we'll be trying to build up our brand positioning in order for us to become these blue economy enablers, and also knowledge, skills transfer, and wealth contributions. Because when it comes to Mutarabah Wakalah, we are actually proposing the equity-based project, and also we transform this into our Sulam Uni Madani, Sejati Madani project, etc. And last but not least, the most important part in order for us to sustain is create entrepreneurship ecosystem, supply chain, and also special purpose vehicle. So with that, we have the Coach Legacy. We have my Muslim Pronia for our Asnaf Seed Fund. And then we have Kosiswa, we engage students and alumni. And the Business Avenue, we have Mindset Maita, as what I discussed just now. With that, thank you so much for lending your ears and eyes for this presentation.
Thank you, Yang Berbahagia Dr. Rosita, for the insightful sharing just now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now arrived at the milestone moment of our conference. we would like to invite Yang Berbahagia, Professor Insinyur Dr. Rosalam Hadi Sabatli, Deputy Vice Chancellor Research and Innovation, University Malaysia Sabah, accompanied by our distinguished guests to join us on stage for the book launching ceremony.
At the same time, we would also like to invite the authors of the book to join our VIPs onto the stage to officially present their book to our VIPs. First, please welcome Yang Berusaha, Professor Dr. Caroline Gita Anak Perempuan B. Arokia Dasan to present the book titled Green Economics, Integrating Behavioral Insights for Sustainable Decision Making.
Next, please welcome Yang Berusaha, Associate Professor Dr. Sudin Bin Lada, to present the book titled Insight from Cross-Border Trade and Islamic Economic, a study of Indonesia and Malaysia.
And finally, please welcome Yang Berusaha, Dr. Saizal Pijaman, to present the book titled Informal Economies in BIM EAGA, Contribution, Challenge and Facilitation. Yang Berbahagia Profesor Dr. Rosalam and Yang Berusaha Associate Professor Dr. Sudin Lada, please remain on stage for the presentation of mementos to our distinguished guests. To receive our first token of appreciation, we would like to invite Yang Berbahagia Datuk Muhammad Hasnul Datuk Ayub to come forward.
Next, we would like to invite Yang Berbahagia Associate Professor Dr. Rosita Alaya Suji Mohammed to come forward.
Thank you to you, Yang Berbahagia Professor and our distinguished guests. You may now take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a brief 30-minute tea break. Kindly be reminded that the program will resume promptly at 11 a.m. with our panel discussion session. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We'll now proceed to the highlight panel discussion of the conference. The topic for today is sustaining economic and business resilience in an era of geopolitical uncertainty, a conversation with the President of the Sabah Bumi-Putra Chamber of Commerce. To lead this stellar session, we are privileged to have a highly distinguished moderator and panelists for today with us today. Yang Berusaha Dr. Izan Jamil is the head of Entrepreneurship Research Development Unit, the Faculty of Business, Economics and Accountancy, University Malaysia Sabah. He holds a PhD in Financial Economics and brings over years of industrial experience in investment banking and capital markets before joining academia. His research focused on financial markets, commodities, macroeconomics and investment, while his work has been published in reputable international journals and featured regularly in the national media. Alongside with us, we have Dr. Janifal, who have a number of experience in cross-disciplinary jobs and currently work as a data analyst for IDS in Sabah, Malaysia on the island of Borneo. Please welcome our moderator, Dr. Izan Jamil, and let us also welcome our esteemed panelists, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Haji Muhammad Hasnul Datuk Ayub, Yang Berusaha Dr. Saizal Pinjaman, and Dr. Janimal back to the stage. Dr. Izan, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum, selamat pagi and very good morning. So today I will be moderator for the first international conference on economic and business case study 2026. So our topic for this conference basically on sustaining economic and business resilience in an era of geopolitical uncertainty. But today we are going to conduct this panel discussion, most probably hybrid, online and juga recording, because we are proudly bring this conference proudly brings by the TV Teh Tarik lah, our podcast. But maybe I can request our audience here to get a bit close to us so that we can have a meaningful discussion. And then for those who are our spectators here, you might ask the questions. You can ask any questions through WhatsApp. But if you don't have my WhatsApp, you can always come here. Request the microphone and you can start to ask the questions lah. Okay, but first of all, I would like to request from the panel and juga the participant so that I can speak in English lah. Boleh ba kan? My English not really that good, my bahasa Melayu pun worse, so we combine it lah. Okay. So first of all, at first our discussions here, we would like to have a very typical academic discussion. But I think since this is the first international of economics and business case study, so maybe we try to change our format where we focus on the real issues happening in Sabah and Malaysia. So that's why we bring in special guest from Dewan Perniagaan Bumi-Putra Sabah. Bukan orang biasa, we bring the president of the Sabah Bumi-Putra Chambers of Commerce, Datuk Hasnul Ayub, together with his CTO, Chief Technologies Officer of the DPBS, Dr. Janifal. So I think we already heard the background of Datuk Hasnul. So and I try to share sedikit lah kan. So first time actually I encounter Datuk Hasnul punya name is basically I think about 14 to 15 years ago. Okay, so masa tu I interview for my beasiswa punya scholar. Then the panel asked me, why do you do your master by research? Because I want to become a researcher. Then dia tanya lagi kan, he asked me, okay, so where do you want to work? I said IDS. Oh, okay, IDS. So who's the boss of IDS? I don't know. Then I kena belasah lah. Kena hantam lah, because he said if you want to work in one industry, you need to know who is the chief executive officer, who is the deputy, and so on. So same things with universities lah kan. If you want to work in maybe university, public or private university, because we have a student here kan. So if you want to interview in one organization tu mesti tahulah siapa NC, siapa dia punya deputy NC, siapa dia punya dekan, and so on. Okay, so with me today is Dr. Saizal Pinjaman. He's my long-time colleagues and juga my friends, my boss lah juga. He's the director of the Center of Economic Development and Policy. So my fellow podcaster for TV Teh Tarik. And then we have of course Dato' Hasnul, and actually we have a special appearance here is Dr. Jennifer Anipal kan? Alipal. Okay, so he's the PhD holders, doctors in the biochemical engineering, and actually the first PhD holders for coming from the anak laut. Okay, bajau laut kan. He's also our fellow podcasters also. His podcast is Anak Laut Podcast. Right. So Dr. Jennifer basically already attached with the Institute Development of Studies. So it's the technologies. Chief Technologist in IDS, and then he continued his career with Yayasan Penaraju as the East Malaysia Specialist. Okay, so basically Dr. Jennifer already done a lot of economic and business studies, research focused on East Malaysia, and now he attached with the attached with the DPBS, Dewan Perniagaan Bumiputra Sabah. Okay, so sorry banyak cakap sikit, ada sikit nervous lah Datuk. Sorry for that one. Okay, tapi hopefully kita ada santai-santai sikit lah kan Datuk. Alright, so maybe I can ask one question lah for Datuk Hasnul. Okay, so banyak juga orang cakap sini, not easy to secure Datuk punya Datuk punya appearance di sini kan, attendance. So maybe Datuk, I want to ask one questions dulu lah, the general questions kan. As the global investor, reconsider where to locate their supply chains, what opportunities that Malaysia have to position itself as the preferred investment destination in Asia. And the question is, what is the biggest obstacle preventing Sabah from attracting this high value investment? Alright.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Moderator, Dr. Izan, my friend, Dr. Saizal, also here my good friend, Dr. Jennifer, also from DPBS. I was very lucky because I recruited him to DPBS. I'm a lucky person because he gave me extensive experience, and also he brings a lot of value, not only to DPBS, I think, but also in terms of trying to develop kita punya state, and also the issues surrounding our state at this point in time. Very interesting question, but this question, by the way, I think tadi bila Dr. Zan we were talking outside, and I said, can I somewhat change the format of this program today? Because I don't want to be the one talking, and it's like a one-way street. I talk and everyone else listens. I don't want to do that. I think it's more apt for us. I think we'll be better suited that all of us give a little bit of our ideas, because all of us are stakeholders in terms of our participation in the state. Also, I think all of you here, Dr. Izan, Dr. Saizal, Dr. Jennifer, they come in with a lot of experience, and they also know a lot of things in terms of the makeup of the state, and also what is going on in the state, khususnya, but also in general, the nation as a whole. So this question, investment. If you're talking about the state, then we have to look at the profile of the state. Now, mari I think kita tengok dulu. We first have to identify when investors, when they want to come and they want to consider you as their investment destination. First thing, it's all economics. All economics. It's about profitability. It's about being able to position yourself in a particular area or region and be able to conduct your business or conduct your operation in the most profitable way. Now, apabila they select the destination, of course they have to look at all the criteria. Number one, dia mestilah memenuhi syarat. It fulfill the criteria of the cost structure. Now, if you look at the cost structure, it's very, very important because in the business, it's very simple. You know, in the business, it's very simple. It's a big business, small business, sama saja semua. You know, you have the cost component, you have your revenue, you have your cost component, you have your profit. When they want to go to their preferred destination, they will have to look at all the underlying factors or all the underlying landscape of that particular area. Cost is very, very important. Is it competitive for them to locate their business in a certain area, looking at the cost structure of that area? Now, in Sabah, in particular, I want to talk about Sabah alone. I think our constraint is actually our competitiveness. You know, in terms of satu, infrastructure. We are roads, and then kita punya enablers, utilities, air, electricity, internet coverage, and then logistic. There's a lot of problems. Those are the costs that people are looking at, investors are looking at. Now, if the cost is not competitive, it means that they will not be able to actually create a conducive business environment for them to operate in. Now, that is very, very important. Jadi di Sabah ini, banyak investor yang mau datang di Sabah. More investors are looking at Sabah because simply because Sabah is beautiful, Sabah is very nicely located geographically. But in essence, we still have a lot of issues that we need to address. This issue is relating to the cost of doing business. Jadi kita tengok, we break it down. In terms of infrastructure, air kita masih lagi, you know, we're still not in a very good position in terms of providing them enough water, electricity, same thing. Jalan raya or our infrastructure is still not up to the mark. These are the considerations that they are looking at. But at the same time, I think it's easy for us to say these are the constraints, but without providing a solution. I think these enablers, I think the state and also the federal government as a partnership or as a nation as a whole, they have to look at this problem together. It has to be addressed together because Sabah has the potential of churning up or has the potential of increasing the economic growth of the nation as a whole. Jadi kalau kita lihat satu faktor yang let's not talk about the infrastructure, semua itu kita sudah tahu. But the one biggest factor in Sabah is this price differential, harga differential. Coba kita tengok di Semenanjung. Ini very simple example, tapi very case in point is kita tengok magazine je, kan? Dia ada harga di Semenanjung dan harga di Sabah dan Sarawak. Dia lain tau. Bahasa Semenanjung dia murah, bila dia sampai Sabah dia mahal. Now, dalam satu negara tidak harus wujud satu negara di mana harga itu ataupun cost itu berbeza-beza. Dia must be one nation, one price. Pasal apa one nation, one price? Because that's when you create itu competitiveness, satu. And dua, dia tidak ada jurang. There is no gap between Semenanjung, Sabah, and so on. Now that's crucial. Because macam mana dia tidak crucial? Because if you look at the cost, we look at the material and the cost, we import daripada luar. Okay. We import most of our raw materials for the industry, for manufacturing and consumption. So kalau dia lebih mahal, then that's part of the consideration of orang yang mau masuk sini to invest. Because I can locate my business somewhere else, where comparatively or competitively it is better for me. So untuk saya punya main objective, which is profit kan. So ini logistik ini is because kalau kita tengok lautnya transportation and shipping, the shipping alone. Di Sabah ini, we import barang masuk through the ship of the school. Dia penuh, because kita import banyak barang. Kita import ini, import itu, import ini, banyak sangat. But we do not have the industry to churn out enough export for us to equalize the leg. Jadi dia datang, kapal datang penuh, laden, but bila dia keluar, dia almost empty, 10%. Jadi the cost of transportation itu is being rationalized. Erti dia dibahagikan. Bila dia dibahagikan, dia spread. Jadi kalau tidak ada barang yang keluar, cuma barang yang masuk, dia become more expensive. Pasal dia tidak boleh spread itu cost dengan barang yang keluar daripada negeri Sabah. Dia masuk full, dia keluar empty. Jadi bila dia masuk, they have to factor in the cost of those transportation going back on the the journey back ataupun the empty leg ataupun the leg yang tidak banyak dia punya muatan. So itu is very very important because itu yang menyebabkan harga di Sabah lebih tinggi. Dia lebih tinggi daripada di Semenanjung. Unless benda-benda itu dikeluarkan di negeri Sabah. Tapi tidak banyak. Tidak banyak item atau produk yang dikeluarkan di Sabah. Kebanyakannya kita terpaksa import daripada luar. Itulah apabila kita bercakap tentang cuba kita tengok di Kuala Lumpur. Kuala Lumpur, orang dia punya disposable income is very high. You're talking about, there's no comparison. Nah, kalau kita pergi rural areas di negeri Sabah ini, for example macam di Pensiangan bawah, dia punya disposable income very low. Tapi apabila dia beli barang-barang yang terpaksa diimport daripada luar, dia lebih mahal daripada harga di Kuala Lumpur. For example, Maggi. Kalau kita beli Maggi di taruhlah dia punya harga 50 sen, 50 sen. But because of transportation punya cost, kita punya infrastructure punya deficiency and all that, then it becomes, they factor into price untuk itu cost kan. So they become more expensive bila dia pergi. And can you imagine, that's the imbalance. Kalau dulu kita tengok di developed country, that's the first thing they do, is to equalize the price so that semua menikmati harga yang sama. Satu nation, satu price. And that's what they call price equalization program, kesamarataan. How do they do that? Is, keluarkan subsidi atau booster untuk itu transportation. Jadi bila dia datang penuh, the empty leg will be subsidized by the government. Now ini, it cannot be seen as subsidy alone. It cannot be seen as a subsidy. It has to be seen as a stimulant. Because in order for you to stimulate, in order for you to create a conducive environment, in order for you to equalize, you need to have the enablers. You need to have the stimulant that puts you in a position whereby you can reduce the price. You can make that price competitive. So enablers are government. They have to intervene. But for them to intervene, that is why it has to be attractive to them. Now, this is the critical issue. So when they give the subsidy to you, when you can equalize the price, then the economy becomes more competitive. As you lower down the cost of items that you bring into the state, then it lowers down the cost of doing business. So you become more competitive. You're competitive, then you have, of course, alongside with the improvement of the utilities, what have you. But I think the biggest one that needs to be addressed, priority is this. So can you imagine, if it is equalized, then if you create business in the state, it will give return to the federal government in the form of taxes, in the form of this government mandate. People give the mandate to the government in order to look after them. Betul tidak? Peluang pekerjaan. Selalu kalau banyak bisnis, banyak peluang pekerjaan. Bukan itu saja, banyak peluang untuk vendorship, buat untuk itu factory, create, itu apa semua. So the return on itu stimulant or the booster itu or the enablers itu is you can quantify. You can quantify and it's going to be worthwhile for the nation to do that because they are step ladder. As you become competitive, as you become comparative, then the volume of business will increase in the state. When the volume of business increase in the state, what does it intake? I mean, what is it equal to? Equal to increased export from the state. Increased export means they don't go out empty anymore. They start going out with loads. Arti dia start to be laden. Arti dia kalau sekarang ada 20%, 30%, sampai dia jadi 100%, so they can equalize. So you can pull back all the stimulant. Not only you pull back the stimulus, dapat balik apa problem, but you are also getting the benefit that you can derive from the businesses that you have created in the state. Arti dia itu peluang pekerjaan, peluang untuk business, increase tax, and then pusingan, gitaran dari segi, because bila orang bekerja dia dapat income, when dia dapat income, dia start dia beli barang, dia start demanding. I mean, Dr. Izan, Saizal, even ini dia tahu the basic concept of how the economy works. And so itu yang paling important. So there must be a concerted effort between the state and the federal government untuk mencari kaedah supaya kita boleh mengelarikan harga barangan di Sabah dengan di Sabah. Satu. Dua, ada orang yang bilang, tidak apa, kita buat. You cannot do it ad hoc. Pasal apa? Kalau kita bilang, okay, ini macam, contohnya kereta. Proton, kau kasih sama harga di Sabah sama di Semenanjung. Boleh buat begitu. Pasal Proton boleh bilang, okay, harga di sini begini, harga di Semenanjung, kita kasih sama. But the bearer of the cost is Proton. So it must be across the board, meaning to say, if you address the root issue, you can address the issue on pricing and cost. But itulah, we cannot be ad hoc in terms of us addressing itu issue. This is the, I think, the biggest issue. Kalau kita tengok di Australia, dulu, they did it in Tasmania. Tasmania and the mainland, Dr. Jennifer tahu pasal dia lama di Australia. Tasmania di dulu was a very sleepy town. Nobody wanted to go to Tasmania because it's not on the mainland. And the problem with Tasmania is exactly the problem that we're having right now. Mainland is Semenanjung and Sabah is like, dia begitu juga. But once they put the stimulant, they started putting in the investment on the transportation and everything, then Tasmania slowly became very competitive. And now you look at Tasmania. And what does it do to the economies of, they become one of the biggest contributor or one of the significant contributor to the economy of Australia. So it must be seen in a big picture. You must see the big picture. The big picture is that because ada juga orang bilang, you know, I mean, I come across, sorry ya, panjang sih.
Teruskan. Ya.
Sorry. Ada juga orang berpendapat begini, you know, this is illustration. Jadi saya suka kasih example supaya we can understand layman's language. Because the problem with a lot of people who present, they present it in their language. They present it in language that is sometimes a bit difficult for us to digest and to understand. Jadi kita buat dia in a very layman. Try to make it as layman as possible. Business ni dia very simple. Big business ke small business. Kalau kita bikin bisnis di rumah pun begitu juga dia. Consideration dia sama. Cost. Apa kau punya cost, apa kau punya. Sama sih dia tu. Kecil, besar dia sama sih. So this business ini, we must take the initiative to ensure that kita boleh buat ini semua stimulan. Jadi kalau dia sudah satu harga semua, tidak adalah masalah yang kita cakap pasal, you know, Sabah dia nak tirikan, kenapa sini mahal, kenapa kita sini. You know, responsibility untuk address ini bukan saja orang di sebelah sana, juga kita punya responsibility. So it's a shared responsibility. Kalau kita boleh share itu prosperity between us and all the other state, which is the basic principle of being a nation, then kita must also share the burden of putting in people small. So this is very important. There's another thing I want to say just now before saya masuk itu, but saya sudah ada terlupa sedikit. Tahulah sudah ada umur sedikit, jadi nanti kita balik tuh.
Okay, so I thought when we talk about the biggest obstacle of Sabah, kan, I thought lah Dato will mention about our infrastructure, apa tu 3 serangkai kan kalau di Sabah ni kan, which is typical lah. Tapi first time I heard about this price differences kan. So basically kan masa tahun I think about 2009 2008 dulu kan, we have a slogan what we call as One Malaysia kan. Then kami kan budak-budakan sikit kan, selalulah mencakapkan alah One Malaysia tapi ada 3 harga. Tapi nobody talk about how to standardize all these 3 prices lah. This from the Semenanjung ataupun Sabah and Sarawak. Okay, so first time I heard about this because not only macam kita beli barang mana kan, it's also cost of doing the business kan. You open a factory dekat Semenanjung, mungkin harga dia mungkin the cost is 8 million. Kalau buka di Sabah 10 million. 2 million differences, but the cost of running the business is two different things again. Recurring cost. Okay. So mungkin saya mau pergi pula dengan Dr. Jennifer. Dr. Jennifer, okay, geopolitik. We're talking about the geopolitics. Give impact kepada businesses kan. Tapi bagaimana pula dengan anak muda? Does it give impact to anak muda ataupun tidak dekat Sabah ni atau dekat Malaysia? Dr. Jennifer, macam mana tu doktor?
Hello. Okay. Pertama kali saya ucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada kita punya panel, sahabat saya dan juga saya punya sifu sebelah saya Dr. Asmo kerana bersama-sama dengan memberi ruanglah kepada saya untuk bercerita dan berkongsi pendapat dengan all of us here, the attendees in this conference. I believe you guys are into this a very hot topic nowadays, which is geopolitical tensions and sustainability and how do we going to make our economic resilience. And then I think when I look into this the environment, I can say or sense this as an ecosystem. Okay, whatever that we are doing here for this conference is a method or it's an approach for everybody to get involved and then melted into the same agenda that we would love to study more about our economic and businesses, resilience, and our sustainability progress in, especially in economics. Yeah, I give some perspective before I answer the question about why we are here and why we must talk about these things today. We are here, like I said, it's an ecosystem for us to get engaged and share our opinions, yeah, about two things, economic and our business. But there are very specific things that we must talk about in context, which is the case study. So for me, case study, I was exposed for case study when I was in Australia. I'm working for one of the think tank in Queensland, Cape York Institute. It's a little bit similar to IDS Institute. They are the think tank for indigenous people. So under this Cape York Institute, we have 187 indigenous in Queensland. Queensland is like Malaysia, we can say like 4 times bigger than Malaysia overall. Okay, and in the place where I work with in Cairns, it's a very, very beautiful city and a little bit similar to Kota Kinabalu. I was in Melbourne 1.5 years, also a case study, and then for another community. But this very close to my heart. When I moved to Queensland, I am involved with indigenous people there. And then what happened in Australia during my time, we have passed, they asked us to do study. Why these indigenous people, even though we give them a lot of like compensation, you know, in Australia, orang dapat fortnightly like $150 if you have no work, something like that. If you have family, you have $250 fortnightly 2 weeks. And in Australia, 1 kilogram rice is $1. It's very cheap, meaning if you work 1 hour, it can feed you for the entire day. That's differences between us and them. And then even that good structured economy and government being doing very well, but these indigenous people could not survive. What happened? There's a lot of like social issues, mabuk, drugs and everything. They're not sending their kids to the school, so they want us to do the case study for these indigenous people. From Torres Street, you know, Torres Street is very close to Papua New Guinea. and then to the Capio itself. So I met this lot of islanders, and then they thought, you see, when you look at me, maybe more, during my time over there, they thought that I'm Solomonian. You know? Yeah, they thought I'm a Solomonian boy. There are a lady like she talks Solomonian to me like la 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 la. I thought, no English please, because I don't understand Solomon. Oh, but you're Solomon boy. No, I'm not Solomon boy. I'm from Borneo. Oh, that's new, she said. That's new. So this is a very new. When I see the situation over there, it happens here. When we talk about making resilience future, for especially Bumiputra, here we call Bumiputra, di sana we call indigenous, okay? Tapi Bumiputra the same. Macam di sini kita Bumiputra, almost 98% are Bumiputra, right? So all of us, okay? Tak kisah di perhutanan manakah ataupun di pesisir pantai manapun, we are the Bumiputra. And we contribute 70% of the composition of Bumiputra, all Malaysia. Yeah, the population wise. And then if you talk about how we're going to contribute to the economy, we're talking about the majority of the population itself. We're rooted here in Sabah, rooted here. So if we have the same mentality, we're hoping that the government give us subsidy, subsidize everything, give us the fortnightly, like what they did in Australia, I don't think we will survive. This is not the way. Because this is a case study that happened. Australia independent 200 years. It's been 200 years Australia, compared to us just 63 years, yeah? Okay? So a matured country facing the same problem, if we do the same, kalau kita tidak belajar from them, we will do the same mistake. So this is the case study that we bring here today, and specifically we talk about sustainability economy and the business resilience. So if you talk about these two, sustainability economy and the business resilience, we talk about the sustainability economy first for youngsters, okay? Youngsters. So youngsters, di Sabah ini, you tahu kan kita dalam chart population tu, kita ada pyramid of population, right? So di Sabah ni, a lot of young population compared to the another ni, okay? Kita punya almost perfect shape untuk kita punya population. You go to Dosam, you go to the pyramid of the population, most of us 60% are youngsters. Youth, okay? Sebab kita ni satu orang tua kita boleh menghasilkan 10 orang anak dan masih ramai yang sebegitu. Meaning, we breed a lot. And then we put so many youngsters there. Dan yang masalahnya sekarang, when we talk about youngsters ni, kan, economic, sustainable economy, like Dato' Hasno said tadi kan, if the ecosystem, I said Sabah, did not provide a competitive economic ecosystem for youngsters to get involved, what happened now? This is a case study. You can see that, sebab I want to say and say this close to you, okay? You can go to your village, look around, even though statistically, a lot of young people, but dekat village ataupun di kawasan bandar-bandar kita duduk, not a lot of our young locals there making living, involved in the economy. Have you seen that? No, this is the case study, because true observation is just another tools for us to do that observation. Where are our young people? Where are they? Are we giving enough to them to get involved to the economy? So the issue now is, if you talk about this sustainable economy, for me, what happened here in Sabah, maybe it's to be challenged, okay? Our economy is not sustainable because our young people brain drain. They go out from the state, okay? Brain drain ni dia boleh berlaku if the economy did not give them access. Excess of what? Excess of what? Excess of the opportunity to get involved. So that's what happened. That's macro. And then we look into the micro, business, how the business being resilient, okay? I go to when I was in IDS, I've been in IDS for quite some time, and then at IDS I have a very special task to build a bank, a data bank. So, you know IDS been there. Dato Hasno was the president of IDS. Dato Hasno knows the CEO of the IDS. He know very well what IDS has or have there in their own punya repositories. When you look at the Emerald itself, they have the case study. What is that say? Critical teaching tools, something like that. But whatever it is, you need data, correct? So when I was in IDS, they have this local study, localized study. It's a very specific localized study in a certain area, and they've been doing that since 1986. And then the repositories of this study in IDS, I can say like 3 tera, 4 teras of, when I digitalize everything, these research papers, I digitalized everything almost 3 teras of the data, and it's been done, digitalized, done. We have a system in IDS we call, I built the system itself, dekat IDS, you can go to IDS, ask them to access for Wakit. Wakit is a system, local system, that you can access all of this data. And then the data, if you want to do something, let's say pensiangan, and then the same study, again, go back to the case study, the same study, same problem statement, same thing happen today. When you look, di Sempurna, I pick place lah, yeah, Sempurna my place, Sempurna dan Kuna my place, okay. And then we have multiple study in multiple generation, and the problem the same. Back to the question, are we doing enough study? For me, enough. Enough. It's a transgenerational problem, not transgenerational solution. So if we look into back to the youth involvement in business itself, microstructured, localized, macam mana kita mau localize. What happened now? You yourself, ask yourself, okay? If we go interview people, yeah. When I was in IDS, we interviewed people, and then even when I in DPBS now, we interviewed young people. Dorang ni adalah, we have 3,000 samples all around Sabah, and 4th year, almost then graduated student from university. We asked one simple question. Where you want to go after this? Where you want to go after this? And then the pattern is similar. Dorang akan jadi pekerja. They want to become a worker. They search for working. They want majikan to hire them. Their motivation is to have the skills so that they can impress the majikan. This is old mindset. Why our young generation have this old mindset? We've been independent for 60 years. The same problem that I discovered when I in IDS, then doing the study, recent study with Dewan Perniagaan Bumi Putra Sabah, the same issue happens when we ask our young people, why? Then the second question that we ask, why not into business? Most of us, and then me myself, first I'm thinking about capital. Okay? Di mana saya mau dapat duit? Di mana saya mau dapatkan? Mahal lah barang, semua mahal. Macam mana saya mau jual this supaya orang beli? Doktor, kampung saya ni, di tempat saya ni, kalau saya jual kitchen RM1 pun orang tak mau beli. Air-air yang saya jual RM2 pun sudah orang komplain. Back to the things yang macro structurally happen in Sabah, macam tadi shipping kita. It's basically give impact to the involvement of the youth itself to invest on their future, involved in business. Because what happened now, we know resilient is all about independent, not dependent. But what we did here, we make our nation dependent to us. We don't have any ecosystem or a way for them to be independent. And for me, personally, if I can see that as a policy, because everybody here is talk about policy design, right? So if you talk about the policy, we must deep dive into the structure. What can goes wrong? The structure that we have now, what can goes wrong? You must ask this. This is the most important problem that you must face first, and then from there you found the solution. For me, as far as I understand, I've been here dekat Sabah ni. When I back, my mom passed away 2018. That's the only reason that I go back to Sabah, and then I finding job here dekat ni, lepas tu MCO, and then doing that research with the community, with grassroots community. Even in Dewan Perniagaan Bumi Putra sendiri, I think is the Dewan yang invest to the technology that I invented. We call that room, grassroots mapping. And then we map this community under Dewan, we map community all around Sabah. And then from all around Sabah, we get the insight of this community itself. What the community wants is the ecosystem. That nature's their involvement, nature their interest. Into what? Not structurally into do whatever that you've been framed. What happened now? We frame something, we must, and we force them to follow the frame. But have we framed something that fit to their interest? Apa yang dorang mau? We did not do that. So if we call about this case study, that's why when I see this is a very interesting conference. At first, but I believe it can be go bigger and continually macam kita boleh teruskan lagi sebab ini adalah case study is a bottom up approach. It's not top down. Like I said to you, if you talk about case study top down, go to IDS. We have 3 teras of data. Research been done since 1986. That the structure that you can deep dive. But what lacking? Our solution bottom up. This is the thing. So if you talk about the again sustainable economy, the ecosystem must be competitive enough. Okay. If we talk about this business resilient, we must accommodate the involvement of the young people so that they not have this old mentality, yang being hired. They must create the economy, the business for their local, and then business ni independent. Business independent. No one's telling you that you must depend, independent initiative, individual. So this is the solution for me, Don. Then if you talk about this nowadays, back to the geopolitical. Yeah, we all memang terasa lah kan. I don't think that we don't terasa pun pasal isu geopolitical. Just young people, they don't say that in a jargon way. Like us, we are academician, geopolitical, we understood it's a tension between two countries, whatever. But young people, they don't talk about that, but they feel the effect. So, bila dorang rasa kesannya, kerja kita ialah as academicians, and now sekarang kan data driven, and then academician forcing to use more data to come out with the solution, and the solution must fit to the needs of the people. Apa yang dorang rasa. So yang dorang rasa itulah they want to get involved, but there is no space for them to be activated. That's where the resilient business is all about. Thank you. That's it.
So, itu pandangan from Dr. Jennifer from DPPS too. So, if I can summarize the opinions of Dr. Jennifer, here we can see that the impact of geopolitical tension towards the youngsters are much more significant compared to the impact to the non-youngsters like us. Yeah. So even in the case of Australia, he mentioned how yeah. Tadi kami di bawah di holding room kami, Dato' tanya umur kami, ya ternyata kami beliau. Non-youngsters. So even during, the way he shared his experience in Australia, you can see how there are a lot of things that we can learn from Australia too, especially when it comes to the impact of price disequilibrium between the mainland and the islands like Tasmania, so on and so forth. And I also like to relate a bit with the points given by Datu Hasno regarding the price equilibrium or equalization in, in Malaysia, and how important it is because it affects the cost of doing business in Sabah. If the price is different, I mean the price is significantly higher in Sabah and Sarawak compared to Peninsular Malaysia, then it is a no-brainer for the investors to invest in Peninsula compared to Sabah and Sarawak. Let alone their market is much bigger compared to us because their population is much greater, maybe 3 to 4 times greater than us. And apart from that, if I can relate a bit, because I see how important it is, and there are very few people who have addressed this issue when they address with the issue of global uncertainty about this price equalization, is how important it is for us to ensure that our price is the same between Peninsular Malaysia, Sabah and Sarawak, because due to this geopolitical tension, the impact towards us in Sabah and Sarawak will be much greater. In other words, because our price is different, then the sensitivity is different. We are more sensitive towards this global geopolitical tension because our price is higher. And if we go to a more remote or rural area, then the impact will be much more worse. Because, when the goods or services coming to KK, for example, then of course we understand that it is much more expensive compared to the same price in Semenanjung, Malaysia. And for us to deliver the same product to a rural area in Pitas, Ongod, then if you consider the logistic costs and everything, then the price will be much more expensive. So they are, they receive, or they are more impacted significantly due to this geopolitical tension compared to us who are living in the urban area in Sabah. And of course we know we are much more impacted significantly compared to those that are living in Peninsular Malaysia. And even with all this kind of government assistance like subsidies, we have these subsidies in diesel, so on and so forth, but the benefit, manfaat dia itulah, are reduced because of these differences in price. So that is why I can see how important it is for us to address this issue, because it lessens all these benefits of subsidies. And we fail to consider the sensitivity of us in Sabah to be influenced by this geopolitical tension, which are more sensitive compared to the Peninsular Malaysia. So, and I am very happy to hear this from our guest, Dato' Hasmol, because for me, this is rarely been discussed, and it is a high time for us to put this as a mainstream discussion, for the government to consider this seriously, because this is a very important issue for us in Sabah and Sarawak. Okay, so moving to the next question, that regarding this global shocks, based on some economic theories, we from time to time will experience economic recession within 10 years, and that gap will become lesser and lesser from time to time. Before this it was 20 years, moved to 15 years, now 10 years. And I believe there are more shocks that will happen in the near future. So based on your opinion, Dato', when it comes to Sabah, what are the top three priorities because we know there are a lot of priorities when it comes to Sabah. But if you can choose three economic priorities that you think are important for the state government to address over the next 5 years in order to strengthen our resilience against future global shocks.
Thank you, Dr. Caesar. I think ini soalan kalau bilang priorities ni terdapat ada tiga, kita sambung-sambung saja. But I'm so impressed because what Dr. Jennifer is saying. That's why I said I don't want to be talking here alone because you see we have so much benefit talking to the younger people, and they have so much knowledge that even I can benefit from. So I think, you know, that's why I told Dr. Izan, let's make it more interactive, you know, so that we can try to pick the brain, you know, Jennifer with his own perspective on the whole situation in the state, and from Dr. Caesar. Look, priority is this. Yes, they're all interrelated. To build resilience, you must build competitiveness. That's key. But to build competitiveness, you have to Australia and Sabah per se, whereby if you look at the indigenous in Australia, they don't participate in the government, right? Sabah is probably the only state or in the whole world, or maybe one of the few states or few nations in the world that the government are made up of indigenous. You know, the chief minister, indigenous. KDM, indigenous. You know, I mean, in Semenanjung, indigenous orang asli kan, and they very limited participation in the government. Sabah is different kan? Sabah is very different. Jadi kita indigenous government. But I agree, Dr. Saizal and Dr. Jennifer. That's why saya suka ada dia orang because they give me ideas. To be honest, that's why I said to them, don't prepare a topic. Pasal kita prepare a topic, we'll be constrained to that topic. Now we can deep dive, we can dwell into so many other things because it's impromptu as it come along. Resilience. Tapi itu bukan tugas kita saja. Let's put it in perspective dulu. If we say we want to build resilience, competitiveness, we must make the population of the state competitive. So, kebanyakan, most of our population, Bumi Putra kan? Where are the Bumi Putra? Where are they? They're in the most of the in the rural areas kan? So, if I'm government ini are enablers, okay? Government ini are intervention agency, okay? They are mandated to do that because rakyat we vote for them because we want them to look after kita punya welfare, kita punya livelihood. And when there is a gap, then government come in as to intervene so that we can we can bridge the gap. Jadi kalau kita bercakap pasal resilient, kita bercakap pasal Bumi Putra being the main composition, then we must empower them. How do we empower them, the government? Is we empower the rural areas. And to empower the rural areas, we must make them competitive. How do we make them competitive? We look at the cost structure again, back to the cost structure. Di kampung, it's very difficult for them. Pasal apa? Diorang ada kebun, diorang ada produce pun. Kan? Tapi diorang punya jalan raya is still not up to the mark. It's still costly for them to bring their product outside. So as government, I think, if you want to build into resilience, you must build their competitiveness in the system. Itulah building the ecosystem. So what do? I think we concentrate on rural punya infrastructure development. Kasih dia orang air, kasih dia orang electricity, kasih dia orang internet, kasih dia orang jalan pergi dia orang punya kebun supaya easy access, so that we reduce the cost of doing business di kampung-kampung itu. Baru orang boleh jadi entrepreneurs. Kalau tidak, dia dibebankan. Sudahlah this logistic cost yang kita ada, tapi di kampung dia tidak terlalu impacted by that. Because dia ada produce, kalau saya ada produce, saya mau buat itu, turn it into a more downstream. For example, saya ada naskah, saya mau can naskah apa semua, saya mau masuk dalam itu. They're not impacted by all these other costs, underlying costs yang di luar. But the job of the government is to enable them. Now, if you enable the Bumi Putra, the rural areas, effectively you are enabling the economy. Why? Because aggregate growth, if there is any growth di sana, diorang sudah buat bisnes, diorang kasih keluar ini apa semua sudah kena beli, sudah diorang ada duit. Aggregate growth of itu rural areas semua contribute to the aggregate growth of the state. And bukan itu saja, it will contribute to the aggregate growth of the nation. So it's a no-brainer. Develop diorang semua di sana. Then dua prong. Satu, pasal kau punya economic growth. Dua, pasal empowerment to the Bumi Putra. Tiga, you build what is more important, the resilient. Pasal coba kau pikir, business daripada luar, all the businesses that come in to Sabah, the moment they see that it's not conducive for them anymore to operate in Sabah, they will leave. They will go, along with all their investment. But if you build in the rural areas, where will they go? That's the kind of resilience that you're talking about. Now, those are priorities. That is why I said you have to have this relationship between the state and the federal government, so that you'll be able to talk about the return on whatever investments that you put into a particular state, especially in Sabah. Jadi kalau federal government bilang, okay, saya mau taruh perbelanjaan 50 bilion di Sabah untuk kasih naik taraf ini semua, kasih itu. You know, what is the return on that investment? Quantify. Kita boleh quantify lah. We can quantify. How does it benefit the nation and the economy as a whole? Kira lah. But of course, kita bincang lah. Janganlah kita bilang, okay, kamu mesti mau kasih sama seorang, pasal kalau tidak nanti seorang mau memberontak apa semua. You got to also look at the situation dengan kita punya fiskal, keadaan fiskal kita di seluruh negara juga, kan? Jadi mungkin ada benda-benda yang diorang boleh bagi sama kita yang tidak menghutang negara ini, dan bagi what they call dalam finance off balance sheet, things like PFI, PP, yang tidak membebankan. Pasal kita takut kalau kita minta terlalu banyak, it will increase the debt threshold of the nation. Bila dia increase, kita tidak ada space, dan itu bahaya. Pasal apa? Kita menuju kepada insolvency. Bukan bankrupt lah, tapi lebih kurang gitulah. Pasal kita mau. That is why macam minyak ini. Kalau kamu tengok minyak sekarang, the reason why they start to itu subsidi, dia orang target, dia orang structure dia properly. Pasal apa? Terlalu banyak ketirisan, and the fiscal punya masalah ini tidak banyak space untuk dia orang berbelanja di tempat-tempat yang lain, kan? Jadi bila dia orang buat di Semenanjung, dia orang nampak banyak yang dia orang boleh address itu masalah ketirisan. Bila dia orang buat, okay, ini kuning ada 200 liter begini, targeted. Jadi orang lain tidak boleh, pasal kita pakai IC apa semua. Jadi slowly itu sistem yang orang kasih betul. For now, pasal untuk ini bagus juga. Ada positif juga ini geopolitikalnya masalah ini. Pasal kita nampak, kita tengok tu subsidi. Di Sabah pun dia sudah start. And we have to understand. We have to understand that kalau kita terlampau, kita tidak ada movement, kita tidak ada ruang di dalam kita punya perancangan kewangan itu, dia akan membebankan kita juga, akan menjejaskan kita juga. And in the long term, it will affect kita juga. Jadi, essentially what I'm saying here is that let's talk as partners, rakan kongsi kita dengan kerajaan Semenanjung. Pasal this is membina negara, nation building. So, kita tengok kita punya masalah juga, tapi kita fit in into apa yang boleh kita buat yang tidak menjejaskan. That's not going to impact the nation punya survival. So, begitu-begitu. Jadi resilient tu, priority dia tu, like Dr. Saizal tadi, is build itu infrastructure di rural areas apa semua. Talk to the ini semua, macam mana kita boleh sama-sama membangunkan ini semua supaya kita mendapat dia punya ulangan, dia punya return, dia punya profit. And we quantify. Ini kalau kita buat berapa kita boleh dapat. Ini kalau kita buat return on investment. Kerajaan ni dia sama macam company juga, Pak. Dia pun begitu juga. Dia invest, Pak. Kalau saya invest ni, dia bilang ada yang investment dia tidak dapat pulangannya tu. Dia tidak dapat pulang. Tapi ada investment dia dapat pulang. Macam ini, kalau saya bikin di jalan raya, macam tadi saya bilang, increase business, increase tax, increase ini, increase itu, apa semua. Jadi dia ada correlation. So if we can relate it properly, if we can correlate it properly, then we can actually quantify what is the cost of kita punya masalah and how do we fit in into apa yang dia orang dibagi. Jadi this is very important. Tadi yang saya mau cakap tu, baru saya ingat. Itu illustration tadi, Pak. Saya mau kasih itu illustration, tapi bila saya panjang-panjang melalut, saya terlupa. Jadi ada di Sabah, dia orang bercakap, dia orang bilang, okay, kalau di Sabah, kita ada getah. Ini mau illustrate, kamu, ini, you listen carefully to this one. Pasal ini ya, it will illustrate, it will reflect apa kita punya masalah di Sabah ini. Okay, dia bilang, ada satu politician dulu, dia cakap, di Sabah ini kita mau bikin industri tayar factory, dia bilang. Kan? Oleh kerana dia bilang kita banyak getah. Kita penanam getah. Dan bukan itu saja dia bilang. Bila dia bercakap tu, dia bilang juga, pasal kau tahu lah, orang politik ni, dia ada niat yang bagus. Niat dia itu ialah untuk bukan saja itu industri atau ekonomi, juga untuk membantu pekebun kecil. Jadi pekebun kecil dia ada pasaran kan, kalau kita buat. Di Sabah ini kita tidak boleh buat. Reason because the cost of doing business is too high. Kita buat ini hari itu tayar, besok kita kasih keluar itu tayar, harga dia RM20. Kita ambil dari Thailand, kita ambil dari Cambodia, kita ambil dari Vietnam, harga dia baru RM10 saja. Because kita tidak ada itu cost structure yang membolehkan kita untuk jual dia RM10. Bukan saja itu cost structure dari segi Mike pun minta ampun. Bukan saja itu cost structure daripada segi itu semua. Dia punya cost structure dari segi experience. Experience ini ekonomis dia tahu lah kan, experience curve. And to build itu experience curve, it will take time. Pasal apabila kita tahu apa macam mau buat, we are so good at it, then itulah dinamakan experience curve ataupun dia punya efficiency curve. Itu kita boleh build. Jadi bukan bisa senang gitu. Just because kita ada getah, kita kira kita boleh buat. No, because itulah yang illustrate kita. Kenapa kita tidak boleh buat? Itu kerana kita punya cost itu tidak boleh. Because of this lah. Because apa yang saya cakap tadi itu logistik, begini. itu apa semua. So that illustrate in a dia punya illustration in a kalau boleh in a very layman punya language. Tapi banyak lagi nih. Banyak lagi. But the most important thing is mesti ada dialog. Mesti ada begini punya discourse supaya kita boleh cari. And then kadang-kadang kalau kita bercakap pasal masalah, semua orang boleh bercakap pasal masalah. Kita bercakap pasal masalah, kita mesti ada solution. And itu solution, it must be something that can fit in into the whole scheme of the ecosystem of the nation. Jangan kita menyelesaikan masalah kita, tapi kita membebankan orang lain. Jangan kita menyelesaikan masalah yang kecil, tapi kita create masalah yang besar. So it has to be long term, it has to be a dialogue, it has to be partnership, it has to be a discussion, discourse, so that we can actually find the right solution fitting the right environment ataupun kita punya keadaan sekarang. So it will move to the ini semua. That is why I like, because bila diorang bercakap, it give me a lot of ideas. Plus at the same time, also give me the benefit of learning apa diorang tahu juga pasal apa. Tidak satu orang semua tahu semua barang. So it's always good to have this kind of. So thank you, Dr. Izan.
Okay, thank you Dato' Astor. Mengena betul ayat tu. We are solving a small issue but creating a bigger issue pula. So that one is a recipe of disasters lah kan. Okay, so actually kan saya ada banyak lagi soalan ni, banyak ni. So it's not easy to secure Dato' Hasnul and Dr. Janifah lah to be with us lah. Tapi ialah orang cakap kan jangan tamak kan. So maybe since masa mencemburui kan. Okay, so maybe I think we open to questions to the floor. Okay, dia sudah. Wah, duluan. Okay, so Dr. Caroline, okay, may I start? Tolong. Question.
Good afternoon. Okay, based on the discussion that was going on, first of all, I'm here for the last 27 years. I've been hearing about infrastructure. It's a never-ending story in Sabah. Okay, so actually I'm quite sick about listening to that anymore already. So I want, for me, a solution to the problem. If you are giving 5% GDP, Sabah, contribution to the national level, and you're getting back 6 or 7% from the federal government for your state expenditure, what can you do? I'm asking the question back. What can you do? You cannot do anything. So how do you solve the issue? You have a natural resource-based economy. That is the gift. That is the natural capital you have. You preserve the capital, you leverage on it, and you monetize it. Instead of just looking of when will the federal government give me money and I'm going to build the infrastructure, change your mindset. Go into sustainable financing. You already have the natural resource. Go into sustainable financing with the help of the Kementerian Economic. Ask them to establish the network at the institution at the international level. Get your money in, and then you build your infrastructure. Okay? Then you bring in your special economic zones with tax exemption, and then eventually lead to free trade zones. I think you should change your mindset of how you're going to get the money in. Because I don't think the state government will have enough money to prepare infrastructure. Okay, I've been here for 27 years, this is what I hear. Next thing, we are talking about subsidy, influencing the issue. Okay, let's talk about basic thing. Food security, I think that's your Sabah Maju Jaya Development Plan, correct? You find paddy is below 20% SSL. We don't even have enough paddy for the consumption of people in Sabah. If anything happens with geopolitical tension and there's no supply chain, 60% of the paddy being produced in Sabah is consumed by illegal immigrants. Don't you think it's a leakage? But guess what? The income of the paddy farmers, 65% is subsidized. So what resilience you're talking about? That means the the mechanism is out, the way you are distributing the subsidy. If you are going to build the resilience of the farmers, you have to prepare for them the thing that can make them resilient. Not give them subsidy and tell them, okay, you are happy, I'm happy, everybody's happy. It does not work, okay? Next issue about youth. We are blaming the youth after youth. What is their pay with the current cost of living? 2,100 in Sabah for a graduate? What can you live with? How can you live independently with that money? Nothing. Now the current world economy is run by silver economy. That means people who are at the mature stage, who are spending money for the youth. Okay? So in order, who made the mistake for the youth not to be resilient? It is us. What the heck we are doing since independence that we never built the proper infrastructure for them to be resilient. Last time, we see people with motorbike, wow, that is luxury during my time. Traveling in a bike is a luxury. Now my kid asks, is it BMW or Poro Dua cars? So their mindset is nothing wrong because they did not grow up in that environment. So in fact, actually, I personally feel, I don't blame my kids. I don't blame my students. It's not wrong. Where is the Bumi Putra we ask in Sabah? I don't see them in the urban area. They have all migrated. Why? Because there's no opportunity for them to get higher income. Okay, so I don't think migration is an issue. Because you go to another country, learn the experience, get the money, come back, you give job for 5 people. Correct? So migration, never look at youth mobility as an issue. Youth mobility, Philippines survived because of remittance. So sometimes we need to change our mindset. Whatever policy that is designed in Semenanjung, don't bring it back and think it can be applicable in Sabah. You Sabahans will know that your culture, your geographical structure, your constraint, modify it and give it to the people at the federal and say this is what we want to follow. Okay, either you shape it or you ship out. I think you will solve the problem. This is my personal opinion. Thank you.
I thought ada question tadi. Rupanya dia kasih dia punya academic opinion on the whole thing. Which is, I like the way you approach this one. But what we're talking about is the root issue. What has happened in the past has happened. What is important is where we're going in the future. Like, root issue is resilient. Okay, let's not talk about where the money coming from, the subsidy. Root issue is resilient. Resilience is built on being competitive. What is the government role? The government role is to empower, to enable, to intervene. That's the role the government can play. Now, if you're asking about the financing and all that, that's why I said you need to have a dialogue. You cannot be dependent upon something that is not going to give you. It's not going to give you the right solution. And the government had an intent by mandate, they're supposed to intervene for the welfare of the people. It's not that you are relying on them, but it's the stimulant that they're going to give. Everything needs a stimulant. If you're going to lower the price down, if you're going to have a good financial model, then that will stimulate the economy. Root cause. That's why we talk about price equalization, root cause. That's why we talk about infrastructure, root cause. That's why we don't talk about what happened in the past. We want to talk about where we are today, how we are impacted, how we're going to move forward. You see? So, like I said, if we are having a problem about, the issue is about financing and all that, by all means, if there is a solution in terms of how we're going to structure the financial model, by all means, the green financial, this financial, that financial, you know, and how the government is going to fit us into the into the fiscal union, by all means. But what I'm saying here, the solution must be based on the root problem that we identify. These are the root problems that arise from this. And we must identify it first. In order for us to be able to address it, it must be identifiable first. And we identify it first and we provide a solution for it. So, in essence, I think that's what the government are actually doing, like the SMJ. Like maybe kita, Dr. Yenipal, we can put we can put maybe satu pandangan ataupun satu recommendation that ekonomi Bumi Putra ini we institutionalize. Dia bukan saja satu yang kita bercakap, tetapi kita bercakap only on a intellectual discourse apa semua. Kita bercakap dia sebagai satu institusi yang mesti kita beri perhatian yang penuh. Apabila kita beri dia perhatian yang penuh dan kita buat dia empowerment ini is dia need the involvement of everyone, academician, dia partnership government daripada orang. Kalau kita bercakap pasal ini brain drain ini semua, ini yang lari pergi luar, that's the symptoms. Kan, bukankah? Symptomatic. Kenapa dia begitu? Dia ada simptom yang begitu. Because we are not addressing the root cause. Kan? Kalau kita ada sakit, kita sakit kepala, tapi kena kasih ubat sakit perut, salahlah dia kan? Jadi symptomatic. Dia ubat sakit kepala, kita mesti ubat dia dengan, kalau kita sakit kepala, ubat sakit kepala kan, Panadol. So dia beli so symptomatic. Why dia orang berhijrah? Because they're chicken and egg. They do not have the opportunity because we don't create the opportunity for them. Kalau kita create the opportunity, kita lower the cost down, they become competitive, they can do business in that. They won't migrate. It's the last thing they want to do, especially orang Sabah. You got to know about orang Sabah ini. Orang Sabah ini, kalau dia tidak susah, dia tidak akan migrate sama sekali. Because Sabah is different. Sabah is the only state in the whole of Semenanjung yang kita ada kelebihan, yaitu kita boleh apply untuk native title. Kita boleh ada tanah. This is the difference between, I was talking about Sarawak just now. This is the difference between us in Sarawak. Since 1930, kita ada alienation system to give empowerment to the native. Tanah. Di Sarawak tidak begini. Ini tanah, kalau kamu pergi kampung, orang punya tanah, grand tanah. Those are the people that we need to empower. Dia orang sudah ada. We put in the basic infrastructure. We put in the basic enablers. For example, food security. I agree that food security is one of our proposal dulu because it's a no-brainer. Kan? It's a no-brainer, the food security. Pasal apa? Di Sabah ini, 80% of kita punya land are fertile. Dia berbeza dengan Sarawak. Sarawak only 20%. Di Sabah 80%. So if we want to designate Sabah in the national picture to become food security punya tempat, to fulfill the food security need not only for Sabah but also for Malaysia, then we empower the state of Sabah. Pasal bila kita designate dia, we don't only put ini semua kan, we put the infrastructure. Kita akan kasih dong jalan, kita akan kasih dong electricity, kita akan kasih dong ini, kita akan kasih dong internet, kita akan kasih dong access, kita build the ecosystem. Then we become competitive. Dan yang akan merasai dia bukan sahaja orang yang involved in the food security. The masses will be the beneficiary of this. Pasal semua itu akan go to the masses, semua itu akan. So, That's the argument. It's between the, but the essence is this. The critical factor is this. Dia ada apa dia panggil itu dulu kalau kita critical path analysis. Jadi the most critical is identifying the root cause. And then placing. That is why orang bilang subsidi tidak, because kalau kita tidak target appropriately to the root problem, then subsidi become a waste. That's why dia banyak leakages, dia banyak ini apa semua. But where do we start from? Di mana kita start? Kita start daripada identifying itu root causes, itu root problem. Of course we can be, I don't want to argue because on paper kalau kita bercakap pasal academics punya ini, teori memang banyak. But to be honest, I've already been there, I've already seen it. Saya tahu macam mana dia punya. I was involved in all the ini apa semua. I know what is the constraint, I know what is the root cause, and all we need to do now is to apa ini, build a path for us to move forward. And Sabah ini, like I said, kita banyak potential. We are only scratching the surface. Masih banyak yang kita boleh monetize, yang kita boleh translate itu apa semua. But we cannot do that kalau kita tidak ada enablers. Kita tidak boleh identify itu cause, kita tidak boleh kasih organize. It's about organization. Organization between kita dengan the federal government, kita with the population apa semua. And there's still a long way to go for us. At the end of the day, itulah saya bilang, carilah orang politik yang bagus yang boleh kasih itu semua kan. Pasal dia orang yang akan menentukan masa depan pasal polisi apa semua. It's a political will. So cari itu adalah, cari itu kaedah apa semua. Cari orang yang masa kadang-kadang you know, orang politik ni kadang-kadang. Minta maaf, saya pun orang politik juga. But maybe I'm the exception dulu. Orang politik ni kadang-kadang discourse macam begini yang patut diorang hadir supaya orang belajar, supaya orang tahu apa itu masalah. Tapi masalah dia, orang politik kita sekarang ni, bila ada yang begini, dia tidak boleh, dia mengatuk, dia pulang. Kecuali bila ada ketua menteri. Bila ada ketua menteri sini, semua dong di depan. Ketua menteri lari, dong semua lari. This is what they should know. This is what they should know. They want to talk about policy apa semua. But itu saya punya opinion lah. Jangan bilang ini UMS punya apa semua. Itu saya punya opinion saja. Sebagai itu yang saya nampak lah kan. Tadi diorang marah. Saya juga pasal diorang orang politik. Saya pun orang politik lah. Sama-sama seorang. Bukan yang orang lain yang bercakap pasal orang politik. Bukan saya bercakap pasal orang lain yang kerja. Saya cakap pasal orang politik yang kerja. Jadi kalau kita mesti juga mau tengok diri kita sendiri kan. Kalau kita mandated dengan itu barang, our mandate as a politician is very simple. It's the welfare of the people. You give us vote because you want us to look after kamu orang punya interest semua, ba? So it should be that. Kalau saya lah, supaya the more discourse kau ada, the more kau berpikir, betul itu yang diorang mau, itu yang dong ini. Sudah dong cakap, diorang sudah kasih tahu saya itu. Apalagi kau mau replicate, buat apa kau berpikir panjang-panjang? Ini semua orang pandai-pandai di sini, tanya kan dong apa mau bikin? Apa research kamu mau bikin? Very important is data. Very important is research. Why? Because these are evidence. These are scientific evidence that you get from the bawah in order for you to shape into policy according to what you get from that evidence. Itu very important. Data is very important. Itulah masalah ya. So kalau kamu orang mau shape itu politician semua, kamu tahu apa mau bikin lah. Kamu yang pegang itu kuasa. So that's the way it is. But thank you very much for that question, because that question invoked a lot of ini apa semua. Thank you. Terlalu lama.
Yeah. Apa tu those who want to because kita akan ada parallel section lagi at 1:30 kan. So we have about 30 minutes untuk sembahyang dan makan apa semua kan. So maybe we can conclude this session. So those yang masih ingin puas hati mau tanyakan, you can pass us the questions. Ini you can ask personally kan, atau do any podcast with that you want Dr. Jennifer. Yeah, you can ask personal also. Apa tu bantu apa semua after this. So with that I conclude we end up this session. So sekali lagi terima kasih kepada Datuk Hasnul, President of the Sabah Bumiputra Chamber of Commerce. Actually SDCC, okay, ataupun DPBS is the main sponsor for this parallel session in this conference. Thank you so much Datuk for assisting us. Okay, not easy to secure Datuk punya appearance ini. And together with the CTO, Chief Technologies Officer of the DPBS, Dr. Jennifer. Okay, dia pun banyak mengadu ni. Mungkin lepas ni kita akan ada sesi podcast sama Dr. Jennifer. Okay, and of course the directors of the ICEBCS and the director of the Center of Economic Policy and Development, Dr. Saizal. So with that, thank you so much everyone. Thank you for the panelists. So kita jumpa lagi maybe for the second edition of this ICBS. Why not? Okay, alright. And we make sure the politicians sit down here and listen to us. Okay, thank you so much everyone. Assalamualaikum. Online. Okay. So thank you so much everyone. Have a great day and have a great presentation later. Thank you so much.
Thank you to our brilliant moderator and Yang Berbahagia Dato' for a very rich and timely discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now move on to the highlight of today's conference, the announcements of the ICEBCS 2026 Best Paper Awards. The awards recognize outstanding contribution across the conference 7 academic tracks. We would like to invite Yang Berusaha Associate Professor Dr. Sudin Lada, accompanied by Yang Berusaha Dr. Saizal Pinjaman, to present the award to our recipients. Without further ado, it is my honor to announce the recipients of the Best Paper Award. Our first Best Paper is Zoom In, Zoom Out, Global Sustainable Community-Based Cultural Tourism by main author Shamsul Hadi, Human Resource Track.
Followed by Trade and Public Debt in Sabah, a regional case study of fiscal constraint and development sustainability by main author Khairunisa Kamsin, Economic Track.
Next, When Filial Duty Meets Financial Reality, a Malaysian Silver Economy Case by main author Zera Zorina binti Idris, Economy Track.
Next, the period of conflict, transitioning from conventional to Islamic Nostro account by main author Muhammad Azari Wahid, Finance Track.
Followed by From Memory to Market, Intergenerational Storytelling as a Resilient Marketing Strategy, In-Depth Tourism in Sabah and Sarawak by main author Stuart Demon Stephen, Sustainability, ESG, Tourism and Environment Track.
Next, after the fire, should Junior reach, rebuild or withdraw by main author Mumtaz Ahmad, Entrepreneurship Track.
Next, Impact of Value-Based Banking, Companion Bank's ESG Analysis by main author Jaspan Tuyon, Finance Track.
Next, biotechnological valorization in mushroom agropreneurship, a business and policy case study of the Malaysian halal economy by main author Siti Nurazura Jama, Entrepreneurship Track.
Followed by Digital Marketing Challenges through Technology and Consumer Behavioral Perspective by main author Sawana Mumin, Marketing Track.
And finally, reducing catch-all fallout in utility-scale PV module manufacturing, a Lean Six Sigma and Workforce Productivity Challenge by main author Abdul Rashid Muhammad Ghazali, Technology, Innovation and Operation Management Track.
Habis itu kan? Grup foto. Boleh?
Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the opening ceremony for ICEBCS 2026. You are cordially invited to enjoy your lunch break. On behalf of the organizing committee, we thank you all for your presence and support. That's all from us. My name is Hafiz Anapia.
And my name is Shoni Maikil.
Have a great day ahead.
Dah.